Hello everyone. Let's get this show started. So, the goal of today is to replace some frame parts that I actually forgot. So I need to go get them. So, let's see. 3, 4, 5, 6. So, I think I'm just going to start with the boring parts, which is adding heat sets, or do I need to add heat sets? I can't even remember at this point. I don't need heat sets. Actually, yes I do. Yes I do. I need heat sets here. Alright, and there. Let's organize these a little bit. Let's double check that phone is on silent. Yes. The camera. Hello, Cartoon Anarchy. Yeah, thanks. I actually designed these last night as a kind of a last minute thing and then printed 5 of them. I printed 1 and then realized I can make them stackable, so I printed 4 that are actually stackable. And as a good excuse, I can use them for Legos. It's 6 p.m. here, so it's early afternoon, evening, I would think. But as you can see, the sun is out. There's the weather is quite nice right now, so. I'm not sure if the world needs more of stacking tray things, but I can probably publish these. I've made it so that I can make different versions really quickly. I just printed a bunch of these super simple ones. I think it's one of those cases where I didn't want to overthink, so I just did something. Hey Gausis, yeah, no rush at all. I'm gonna spend the first like 30 minutes just doing heat sets, so you have plenty of time. No worries at all. I'm pretty determined to get this fully done and back printing today, so this might be a long stream. Always use more stacking trays. Hi, Piero. So, in case you haven't noticed, I've pinned a link in the chat where you can enter a giveaway for LDO filament. So this is sort of a last-minute thing. I literally thought of this last night, and LDO responded this morning. So it's just a simple filament giveaway, nothing planned. So whoever wins will just get a random spool of filament sent to their door directly from LDO. So if you want to enter, just fill out that form, enter your email and the number, and we should be doing a draw in a couple of hours. I'll have to see how far we get to this stream. New place. So no and yes, it's a new filming spot. I think the only thing that I've filmed here is when I did the video on my Cobras 1 and the whole I did the showcase video for this right here, and this is a temporary streaming setup just for this stream. My desk is actually at the other side of this wall, and I'm on my balcony at home instead of my studio, just because I want it to stay here. And my studio don't have normal internet; it only has a mobile signal thingy majiggy. So yeah, temporary streaming setup. I want to get this printer done fairly quickly, and that means doing the final test of these parts and finalizing some macros and all of that stuff. Hopefully I'll get this printing during the stream. If I do, I'll get all of this done pretty quickly and get the files out, because I'm in a bit of a rush right now to get all of these, the configs and the slicer stuff sent to Orca. Yeah. Soon. I think that's what they say, right? Soon, trademark. In slightly more. I don't have my usual tool to just flush these straight away, so I just have to do what I can. Come on. Right. So please let me know if the music's too loud or not loud enough. I can always adjust that. I've set it to a comfortable levels in my headphones, but if you want it up or down, let me know. Alrighty then. I think that went way quicker than I thought it would. That was 15 minutes, not 30 minutes. Sorry. Alright. Just double checking that I have all the heat sets. I've got some trimming to do. I don't have my knife. I don't have my knife. Let me go get my knife. Da-da-da. Let's do some trimming. I really should have a deburring tool over here, but I don't, and I forgot to bring one. So this will have to do. very vibrant heat insert press. Yes, it is. It's kind of funny. I was bored at the studio one day, like a year and a half ago or something, and I didn't have a heat set press. So I thought, you know what? Let's have some fun. So I fired up Tinkercad and designed that in one day. Designed, prototype, everything just in one day. It was actually a really fun project. Even though I'm very experienced in a lot of different CAD softwares right now, going back to Tinkercad was really fun. I think if going back to basics is sometimes just worth it for the pure enjoyment of it. There's not a single chamfered edge on that thing, but it's beautiful. So the thing that I'm wondering while I'm doing this is, how much of this printer do I have to take apart to get these new parts in? Because I'm suspecting that it's more than I want. Alright, that's 3 down. These should be pretty good. That one's good. That one's good. This one needs a tiny bit. Let's see here. And that's... I mean, I can always go back and fix all of these edges. They're pretty easy to reach. All the critical stuff is... Hello, DE. That thumbnail is... That icon of yours is familiar. All right. Let's put that over there. Actually, no, I'm gonna need it. We could probably put these away for now because we need to disassemble some stuff. I'll get the heat press off the table. All right. So 2, 2.5, and 3. Let's start with this thing. I guess the first thing I'll do is I'll put the I'll get the extruder off. So this is not the stock one that comes in the kit. I've used this printer to experiment a little bit on like my own, not doing something new, just testing other extruders. And I've wanted to build an M4 for a long time, and this was kind of the perfect Perfect opportunity to do that. Let's get the tool head out of the way and undo some screws. Oh yeah, these go straight into a carbon fiber ASA part, so they're kind of stuck in there. Isn't it ironic? I specifically left this chair in the frame so that my cats would come lay there, but they're right over there, both of them, sleeping. Alright, that's two. Oh, I need to... All right. Hey, Benjamin. Yeah. I mean, I have to do this anyway, so I might as well do it on stream. Printer you got there behind you. That is my Anycubic Cobra S1. That is my workhorse printer. So it's printed this entire thing. Then I'll need to take these things off. 2.5. All right. So if you're thinking about getting a Delta Flyer kit, I would recommend keeping the protective film on the panels on, because it's white. It looks so good, especially with the RGB light that will come in the kit. It really helps keep the light inside of the case. So just a little tip there. I took mine off and then I regretted it, so I got some white vinyl and just put some on myself. And I'm super happy with it. Yeah, I love this color. It's probably my favorite filament, and that might be why I have a lot of it. So this is LDO's purple ABS. Nothing fancy, just called purple ABS. Purple. Let's see. So this is one of the colors they could send you if you enter the giveaway. So that is LDO's purple ABS. Let's see if it can it actually focus on that? Yes, it can. It's a really good purple, yes. I've tried a lot of purple filaments. I have more than I've tried, actually. I did get some for another project that I haven't started yet, and it's this one is still my favorite. Alright, that's one. And if you haven't seen them, I have my little Delta Flyer cable hiding cover thingy majiggies. Super simple mod. I do want to do one more thing than just replace the new frame parts this stream. I also have new arms. So I'm finally going to swap from the original LDO kit arms to MP Jets. Not because I need to, but because I want to try them. It's as simple as that. I want to see if there is a difference, because the way that I've set mine up, the original ones, with the little inner tube things on here, there is no slop in these at all, so I'm really happy with them. And I'm pretty sure that when I switch to the MP Jets, I'm not going to see a difference. At least that's what I hope, because that would mean that you're getting a really good setup. Alright, let's take the belt off, or at least loosen it. Which screw is that? 2.5. Probably easier to get this guy. How long was this bolt? Wow. I think I had one that was way too long in here, but yeah, that's the one. Way too long. So Benjamin, compared to a Bambu lamp printer, how well would you say the Delta printer prints on a 1 to 10 scale, thinking primarily on surface quality and such? So, surface quality, print quality in general on most motion systems, they're going to be the same if you tune your printer right. So if you, even though if, like, let's say you have a first gen Ender 3, not a V2 or a V3, but even the most basic printers, they can all print the same quality. It's more about how much time you put into calibration and all that stuff. But that being said, surface quality on a Delta is usually pretty much up there with the best. Deltas have really light tool heads, and because all three motors are moving together to get it working, they are usually pretty decent on quality. So print quality is as good as you can want to tune it, but base setup on this, you don't really have to put it together 100% and you'll still get perfect prints. It is a really good printer that way. Let's see if I can fish this thing out. I'm trying to not disassemble that much stuff, but the belts do have to go, so. Luckily they're just Apex clips. I really like those. I will try to implement them on all of my designs moving forward. Just because they're so easy to work with. There's no screws or zip ties or anything like that. What mainboard is this? This is the Bigtrutek DZ01, which, fun fact, is no longer on their website. Not sure why that is, but it is the one coming in the kit, in the LDO kit. So it is a decent board. So yes, Benjamin, that is correct. The let's take this off before we damage it. The extra weight on a Delta, on Deltas in general, weight is everything. So if you don't need it on the tool head, don't have it on the tool head, and that becomes an issue with bigger Deltas. But as something this small, it's not an issue at all. Actually, there's no issues with having a Bowden setup here. Simple reason is that it's so tiny and the Bowden tube is so short that I'm printing with less than 1 millimeter of a retraction on a Bowden. That should sum it up. And this does print TPU as well. Spooler in the same place only. Yeah, so I wanted to try to keep it compact when you're looking at it this way, because usually you'll have this on a table and you'll have more space in the back than you want on the sides, trying to keep it compact. So having that spool holder just straight out the back is easier. Like, less complicated, and yeah. And I'm pretty sure that the this one is in the printables files now. Just because it's so nice and easy to put on there. I even have one over here on the wall for my big spool. Here is the big version for the big spool. So I just realized you can't see this, but so right here I have a spool holder on the wall, And the PTFE tube is in the way, but... And I have a big version for a 3 kilo spool that I often use on that printer, so... how's it going? Need anything? Slippers? If you could, that would be great. My toesies are getting chilly. Alright, let's get all of these screws out. Some of them are really packed in by all the wiring, and I don't want to remove it, so... Thank you. All right.
I think I should go woof.
Could you get the M3 screw case?
Okay.
So another thing that I've found out with the spool holder is that it doesn't need to be like just going directly into your extruder, because what I've done is I just have a longer Bowden tube sticking out of it, and it pretty much just works as is. That one should be loose. That means that I can take off one side here. Let's unplug that. Hello, Raj. Let's see those ones. So I'm hoping that I can just get one at a time of these. So if I take just one corner out, then I can get the next one, and so on and so on. One out, one in. The actual trickiest part will be getting the new ones on, because they're designed slightly different. And this is not the recommended way to build this, but I will try. Alright, so that one should just come out. Got it. This one down here for now. And then let's have a look at this guy and figure out which one is this. It's the one with nothing extra. That's the one with... So all three corners are slightly different. But that is okay. So I just need to transfer the end stop and the idler and the M5s. So I'll be replacing that one silver screw right there. That is not good enough. So the one thing that I'm not going to do today is get the magnets back in. That'll be something I'll do off screen later on. Just because I have to cut them out of the old frame. Alright, let's get the idler in. And yes, these are toothed idlers, in case you wondered. And they are a snug fit. There we go. Then the bolt goes through. One of the cats comes to say hello. Okay, and then that guy. I think I'll keep some of my discarded screws over here. The ones that I'm not going to use. All right, let's put the M5s in. Hey Croft, how is it going? So just a reminder to the new ones in here, there is a link pinned at the top of the chat for a filament giveaway. So when we're getting to the end of the stream, I'll pick a winner and you'll get the winner, of course, will get a LDO filament spool. Right, here is the tricky part, getting this thing back in. So, I think I forgot to show you this, but let's start off with the first one. So the new pieces, you can see that. You see these are completely flat on the inside here. The new ones have a little profile that should help lock into the extrusions a little bit better, and that will add rigidity. Now, I'm going to say this, I haven't tested these new ones at all. These are the first ones going on, but what I have done is tested just the corners themselves on a piece of extrusion and compared it to the old one. So I took one of the old ones, I have multiple of these printed. I took one of the new ones, I bolted them to the same extrusion, and there's a little bit of jiggle room on the old one. There's nothing on the new one, which is the whole goal of this, to get it fully rigid. Touching the rail on the inside and it's super greasy. It's just annoying. Okay, let's put the end stop back in. And then all the screws for the frame. Alright. So another thing that I've done to these new corners is on the inside edges of this kind of scarf joint thingy, I've rounded some of the edges so that if you don't have a perfect print, if you have a little bit of pressure advance or input shaping or ghosting or whatever, your corners are a little bit proud of the surface, that won't matter anymore. So the new ones are just slightly more refined, should be easier to print. And I've put in a lot of work into cleaning up the parts. 99% of that is not visible, but it is to clean up the CAD files, making them more streamlined. So if you're designing parts or redesigning these parts, then they should be easier to work on. Which reminds me, I need to do a full assembly of this, of the Delta Flyer in CAD, and then send it over to Rollahan so we can publish that to get the most accurate CAD model there is. So I'm probably going to do a semi working assembly in that the tool head will be able to move. It's not too difficult to set up, so I might as well just do it, and then we can publish that as a fully functional CAD model for you guys. Oops. I think I lost one. Yeah, I've lost one T-nut in there. Thanks for the subscribe, Sideways. Hello, Cody. Yes, you need to build one of these. You absolutely need to build one of these. Luckily, kits are coming soon. So the purple is all LDO purple. It's all ABS as well. So everything purple on this printer is ABS. The top black parts here, that is also ABS. The bottom black parts, these ones right here, that is PC. For the simple reason that I was experimenting with how hot can I get that LDO bed, and it turns out that about 140. But I don't recommend doing that. I used an external power supply to get it that high. But yeah, 140C, that will melt ABS plastic. So now where did I put the old parts? Didn't I put the old part somewhere? No, it's right here. It's just me being blind. Now that is a, let's see. Heck yeah to a kit. Yeah, kits are coming really soon. There is a reason I'm doing this stream. I need to get this thing finished ASAP. So I'm not promising an exact date. I'm just saying that I don't have a lot of time to get this done. That's all I'm going to say. Figure out how to square up my Flyer Refit. I'll show it to you. It's pretty simple. And if you print the new parts, it's going to be way easier too. Let's see. So, need to make one of these in orange and yellow to match my Rook 2020 Mark II. I approve. I approve. I think I have someone in the other room right next to me that will approve of that color combination as well. Let's see. Can I fish this guy out? Come on. And here we go. So how does the fully printed compare to the aluminum extrusions? Well, let's be real. Printed parts are not extrusions or any kind of metal. They probably won't be as good as metal. That is quite clear. However, this is a tiny little delta, and it's specifically designed to be simple and easy to kind of get everyone into deltas and get everyone into printers in general. Which is one of the things that it has in common with the Rook. It's meant to be simple, easy, accessible. That being said, this one performs excellent. And as an added bonus, because it's fully enclosed, the kits, they also do ABS and PETG really well. I've printed PC with mine, which works great. Oh, wrong way, wrong way. So I know that this one can print PLA, ABS, ASA, PETG, PET, PC, and TPU. So I tested 95A TPU and it prints it like perfectly. Actually, the feet that are on this build right here is TPU printed on this printer. And I can get the chamber to 4550C. On a really hot day, I could get it up to 70. I actually had the issue that the printer was too hot, but all right. Those parts are on and in. And yeah, I have an LED light. I think you can see it right here. There's this wire that I'm going to remove, but not for the stream. I'm putting in an RGB instead, just because, you know, horsepower. Hard to enclose for ABS, ASA, and how easy does it transport, like, for like a printer at a fair or the like? Well, enclosing is really easy because the kit comes with panels, so it's already enclosed. It comes with 2 side panels and a door that hinges. So Easy. How easy is it to transport for like a printer at a fair or the like? Well, everything is included inside of this. The only external part is the spool holder, and the extruder hangs on the side, on this side actually. It hangs right here. So to transport it, just pick it up and go. That's simple. Have you tried adding some filter system to the side panel in case of printing ABS and other toxic materials? I haven't. I don't have a need for that because I'm technically outside. I guess adding a little fan outlet to the panel is trivial. If you want to do that, you could maybe even do one out the bottom or out the top. There's definitely room for activities like that. Just keep in mind, this printer was designed as a entry-level printer, so I'm guessing I should probably just show you the panels, right? So here's the panels. They're pretty simple. One of them, this one only has 6 holes. This one's a little bit different. There's quite a bit more holes there. So this big one is for your Bowden tube. The rest of them are for attaching your extruder, which the kit comes with a BMG, which is perfectly fine. And then so if you see these cables right here, the kit in the printable files, there's a simplified version of this that will cover these against the panel. So super neat. All right, what was I doing? This guy. So I guess the only thing that doesn't come in this kit is some sort of interface. As with the Rook kits, we don't really see a need for it. To keep costs down and simplify everything, just use a laptop, your desktop, a phone. I mean, anything works as long as it can run browser. You can control everything from there because it's all Clipper. That being said, if you have like a BigTree touch screen thingy, the separate, that works. Any of the Clipper screens that you can connect with HDMI works on this. It has a micro HDMI and there's USB, so you can add a touchscreen if you want to, by all means. I don't need one. None of my printers have touchscreens except that guy. So let's see, hydration. All right. That's one more corner done. Did I plug in the end stop? No, I didn't. Just add in that little thing right there. There we go. Next. And I realized that this camera doesn't see anything of what I'm doing. Alright, this is going well. Let's hope the rest of it does too. So I'm on number 3 out of 6, and then we still need to do the arms and then get it back up and running, getting Clipper configured again because I'm redoing everything now. I need to do all of my delta calibration stuff. That should be pretty fun. So if you're building one of these from scratch as a part of kit or a self-sourced one, this will be quite a lot easier because you can assemble each corner by themselves and then put them together. So I do not recommend starting from the bottom or the top and then going that way. I recommend starting from the outside. So you build one corner each, and then that way you can put them next to each other on your bench and make sure that they're exactly the same length, and then you put everything together. So using these panels, they're originally just for show, but it turns out that these help you align everything. I mean, if there's nowhere for your stuff to go, then it's going to go where you want it to. Oh, this one's going to be tricky. Ugh. A lot of grease. So this is where all the wiring goes to the bottom. I need to find that. I really need to find that. Okay, note to self. Don't rely on those staying where they should be. Let's double check. Do I need to find that? Nope. I had one. Let's see. All right. Let's keep going. Okay. I do have to say, Rolohan did a great job on the overall design on this thing. It's so elegant and simple, but yet so efficient in what it does. How do I have 5? I should only have 3. Okay. Good. Anywho. Idler going in. And now I'm showing you that again. I should show you this. So I'm putting the idler back in here, aligning it with the hole, and put the M5 in. So anyone new, there is a filament giveaway. An LDO, one spool of LDO filament. So if you want to join in on that, please do. There's a link in the top of the chat, pinned to the top there. enter your email and answer that one question, and you're in the. You can win a spool of filament. And that brings me on to the next point. In case you haven't noticed, LDO is sponsoring this. Yep. This stream. I'm not getting paid to stream, just making that clear. Just LDO is great to work with. They've helped me out a lot in the past. And with these kits, they're generally just the best company to work with. So big shout out to Jason and the team. Not sure how many names I can say, so I'm just gonna say Jason and the team because everybody knows Jason. Alright, so I thought that I lost a M5 T-nut, but I lost a M5 screw. That is not good because I need that one. Alright, I guess I'm gonna take my microphone off so you don't have to listen to me moan on the floor, but I just need to find that screw. Very strange. It is gone like the wind. I'm just gonna double check. What size are these? Okay, replace that with something else. Yep. Okay. I had one. I'll grab one from my extruder mount and then I'll figure something out for that later. That is not as important as this one. Double checking I have everything in. And then I need to kind of snake this around. It's not ideal. I really need to stop touching the rails. Thank you. Oh, I guess that was uncomfortable to listen to. So sorry. All right. And I see that my side panel piece can go up a tiny hair. Same goes with this one. That's interesting. All right. So I'm just making sure that I don't have any gaps. So let me get this back up a little bit. So I'm just making sure that there's no gaps in between the new corner piece and this upright piece. I mean, I'm struggling to figure out what to call this piece, but I guess it's a side skirt. So I'm just moving these up to minimize that little gap. All right. So I'm losing a little bit of daylight, but it should still be a lot left. I do have backup lights in case we need those. Just need to make sure all my wires are in the right spot, which they are not. So the issue that I'm having right now is that all of these wires, let me show you. So all of these wires right here, everything going down, they all need to fit into that little tiny little hole right there. So it's kind of a trying to force them in and then putting the frame together, then getting the screw in. So I also need to try to not pinch any wires. So I'm gonna get this one in and then have a look. Yep, everything moves up and down. We are good. This is going way too well. Something has to go wrong. I said it. I did say that. Just need to keep an eye on my temps on my computer, because when I moved my computer like the 2 meters to the other side of this wall, For some reason, my fan control stopped working. And yeah, it's not even slightly stressing. Yes. So I'm at 53 on the CPU and 41 hotspot on my GPU. And to you, and you know who you are, you have saved my channel, and I cannot thank you enough for it. All right, that's the top ones done. Let's get the panel, this top panel back in. And this top panel is, it seems like it's not structural, but it's fully structural. It keeps everything aligned. It keeps the frame from twisting this way. And I want to change all of those to these. Simple reason is I want to keep these for other project. These button head screws, black. I think they're called titanium oxide or something. The cover, the coating on them. I just really like them for aesthetic projects. And the ones that are in here are not visible at all, so I'm just gonna replace them. Simple as that. If I don't have to use the fancy screws, I won't. Ooh. That worked? Okay. I just couldn't see through the hole, but I guess it worked out. Couple of screws that I didn't fully extract. That is a good idea, Anarchy. Highly recommend doing that. It's a fun project if you want to do all the CAD stuff. If you need any help on the CAD stuff, just let me know. What is happening here? I'm just gonna do some longer screws right there. Let's see if that helps. Not sure if it's something being pinched or what it is, but something was pinched, yes. Hello, Hellboy. How are you? So, Anarchy, what delta did you pick up? I mean, as long as if it's using 2020 extrusion, you can build a larger version of this. I've been toying with the idea of replacing these ones, building a slightly larger version of this, and then replacing these ones with 2040s. So making it that much thicker. That would be a really cool build, I think. But yeah, the whole look of this printer is just so clean and elegant compared to others. Just trying to reach a Haka V1. What the actual heck is that? What the hecka is that? Let's see. Come out, please. We have a screw that doesn't want to leave. Max vertical is 306, as in the print volume, or the extrusion. If it's an extrusion, you might want to get something taller, but nice. If it has the rails, you're all good. Because you can fit this design onto a lot of different rails. Yeah, print volume. Okay, yeah. Haka V1. Now I need to know. Now I need to know. Haka V1. Let's see. It's a console. Seven-year-old video showing it off. Oh, that is a tall boy. But yeah, looking at it, that should be possible to convert to this. I would probably try a micro make D1. I would probably try to incorporate some extrusions into the top and bottom frame, but it's definitely doable. Yeah. Was that all of them? Let's double check. All right, top is done. Done. Alright, let's sit back down. Delta Flyer gets 2040. I mean, if someone wants to do that mod, yes. It all depends on that. Because like the only thing that I'm missing on this is a tiny bit more vertical volume and then a tiny bit more horizontal volume. So if this moves from 115 by 115 to like 180 or even just 160, so the bed is 150. If we can max out the bed, that would be perfect. But that needs everything to be slightly wider, slightly taller, arms to be slightly longer. That was quick. Well, that was half of it. Still have the bottom left, and that's going to be worse because I can't flip it upside down because of the electronics. And the top panel won't go on right now, so yay. Just gonna double check this thing. All right, so we have 9 entries right now for the giveaway. So in case you haven't noticed, there's a link in the chat. If that's where your chat is, then good for you. But there's a link at the top of the chat. Enter your email and a random number so that I can make sure that it's actually you. And you will be entered to win a spool of filament. It's not much, I know, but it's something. It's the first time I'm doing a giveaway ever on stream. It's technically the second, actually, because I did promise to ship something for the winner of the Delta Flyer giveaway that Rollo had on his stream. Put those away for now. So here you can see my little TPU feet that I printed on this printer. And what I did was I tapped the end of this extrusion. They not tapped from factory. Just to screw in a little thing there. And it works great. Alright, so that part is now loose. Let's get all the other ones. Purple theme is dope. I agree. Yes, it is my favorite purple color, and it's LDO's purple ABS. I might have a lot of it, so you'll probably see it in upcoming projects as well. Get a 200mm plate to be around 180 build volume. That is a good idea. Yeah, of course. This is bolted in at the bottom here too. So I guess that's more of those tiny ones that I'm going to save and replace. Or no, these are visible. These are visible. If they're the good ones. So in case you wondered, LDO filament, really good ABS. Purple is very nice. They do come in other colors too. I have a couple of them. If you want to have a look, I can pull out some of them. Alright, let's double check that everything is loose, and they are not. Good thing I double checked before I started yanking on this thing. Let's see. Just gonna send a little message here. Other project? Well, I'm working on a couple of things in the background. Right now I'm working on a video, specifically a video with no printed parts. I'm doing a tutorial video on something that is really important to me. And then
Do you want to mute it? It's
Hmm?
gonna be loud. Do you want to mute it?
nah, just do it. No need. Thank you. I'm working on other printers, not not sure which ones that I want to move forward with right now, but there are plans, yes. Let's put this way. Yeah. Let's. And I'm working on this. Oh, that's way better. Thank you. Okay, let's get all the hardware out of this thing. I know I'm going to do one printer build. I'm going to do one printer build pretty soon. That will be using this plastic. It's kind of a weird one, but I mean, how much should I share? I am kind of torn, because if I share too much, I'm promising too much, and if I'm not going to if I can't deliver on that promise, I'm going to be annoyed. So let's just say that I bought something really cheap that I'm going to make better, but that's in a couple of months at least. I've got other projects that needs to be finished. All right, you guys go there. Then the bearing out. No more hardware. All right, let's show off what we've done, shall we? So this is the stock part. You see it has flat faces on the inside, and the new one have these guys right here, these tabs. Now they should help keep it straighter on the extrusion and keep the frame more square, because the one thing that I have noticed on my build is that there's a tiny bit of wiggle room on these, and that is enough for it to, if you move your printer and you're not super careful with it, it will kind of twist a tiny bit. Not enough to mess up everything, but it's enough that you won't get a perfect first layer anymore. So that's pretty much what I've done. I've been cleaning up a lot of these parts, printed parts. Making sure that if you want to remix anything, then your CAD work should be quite easy. Let's get this guy in. Here we go. Also, one thing that I did do on the new parts is, if I grab the old part, you'll see that it attaches with these two and these two. So on the new part, I've added a 5th screw right there that you can access by, oh, I really need to get better at this, by taking the motor off. So it's not something that you need to do, it's something that you can do if you want that extra support. So what I'll do is I'll put this together as the kit comes, which means not using those 3 screws extra. and then I'll test the printer some more and then add in the extra ones and just see how it performs. So the kit comes with extra nuts and bolts, so there should be enough for you to actually just add them when you're building the printer. But because it's at the very bottom of the extrusion, adding it in after the fact should be quite trivial, easy. All right. Double checking that I have the right component. Ooh, this is a tight fit. Oh. I'm just gonna stand it up and put some weight on it. Let's see. I need something. I'm just improvising a little bit here. I need to apply more downward force on the thing. So I'm just gonna put the printer up on the old parts. Like this. And like that. And let's apply some force. And again, like I said earlier, if you're building this for the first time, this is not the way to do it. Build each section, each corner first, and then put them all together. Don't stack them like this. I just really don't want to fully disassemble this and then put it back together, because all of the wiring. Oh, this is my old song that I was going to remove from my playlist, but I never got that far. I'm probably just gonna forget and keep it there anyways. If I had the right screwdriver, this would be way easier. There we go. Right, why am I doing this? Because I specifically went to the workshop to get this guy. Well, this and the desk, but how loud is this? Oh, that's quite loud, isn't it? Please let me know if this is too loud. If anyone says that that's too loud, I'm just gonna stop using it. horrible video job doing. Keep forgetting to move the camera. I have misplaced a screw. Nope, I haven't. I found it. Not that loud. Good, because my fingers are getting tired. Okay, double check. That is on, like Donkey Kong. Then let's put the bottom in the little foot that I printed. And someone has tagged me or talked to me. Yep. All right. Authentic workshop sounds. Well, if only this was my workshop. It's not. So it would be great, but this is way too small for me to be my workshop. Let's put this back down. I still haven't put the motor back in. I just realized I need to do that. Alrighty then. Motor. Right, that's one motor back in. I'll do all the belts at the end, just because it's going to be way harder to do anything with the belts on. Next, okay, let's start with the motor this time. Motor out. Just remove the belt for now. No, just a piece of. What is this? Oh, just grease. thought it was something on the belt, but it was just a little bit of... when will the LDO kit be available? Soon. Let's just say that I need to get this back up in printing and finalize the config and slicer profiles this week. That is my goal. I'm not saying that anyone told me to do it this week. I'm just saying that I need to do it this week. Not making any promises, but that is my goal. Thoughts on using threaded rod and lock nuts versus heat sets on the effector plate. I had trouble getting those in there. So the I haven't studied the original Flyer that much. I was busy with other things, but at least on this guy, it's not difficult at all. I had no issues getting the heat sets in. So to me this works great. I mean, a threaded rod would just simplify the part a little bit, less hardware, or not actually less hardware, but it's a tiny bit more weight, maybe. I'm not sure how much the threaded rod versus brass inserts is in weight. Don't imagine it's a huge difference. But the effector on this has been redesigned compared to the old Delta. I know that because I did a lot of redesigning on it. So at least now it does work as it should. I mean, it's not, you can't use a heat press to get them in. You kind of have to go sideways and push them in. What I do is I put one of these, just a long M3, on the heat set, and then I heat the heat set and pull on the M3 at the same time, and that kind of moves it sideways where you want it. So I've used that technique for a long time, since the early Rook days. Just pull them straight with another bolt. Just double checking that I'm not missing anything. Get the new part. And just to remind you, to the few of you that actually has a Delta Flyer or are currently building one, we just updated these parts late last week. So you might want to check them out. So it's not a huge update, it's more of a quality update. They are interchangeable, so oops, shaved off a little bit too much. Oh well. There we go. I'm just trying to get this bearing in straight. It's not wanting to go in straight. I was a little bit too cautious on the cooling of these parts. I wanted to get them strong. So the tiny overhang that's in the spot for the bearing is a little bit annoying, but it does go in. Alright, let's put in, and me and my camera work, it's horrible. Let's put in the M5s. Should I be smart and put in the motor before I put in the printer this time? Let's go. All right, let's put the motor back in. That way. Yep. Oh. Thought it was gonna spin, that would be fun. No. No. Yes. See that my main camera is getting a little bit dark, and I don't think I can add any more ISO to that without it being not good anymore. So oh, that's way too much. Grab that one. There we go. All right, motor is in. get this guy back on here. Let's see if this one is smoother than the other one. I mean, I actually want a tight fit, so the fact that I have to force it on like the previous one is a good thing. Tighter the fit, the less play, the better. This one's a little bit easier to get on. There's still a little bit of room for improvement. Let's see. And I keep touching the rails. I'm an idiot. And this is the only place where you can actually see if if the T-nuts are turning as they should. The rest here is just dependent on feeling them. And if you want my best tip, it's to just move quickly on the first couple of turns. That has a tendency to turn that T-nut quite easily. All right, we're making progress. There we go. Let's get these out of the way. Motor is in. Oh, motor is the wrong way. Well, that's an easy fix. Need to turn it. Turn it 90 degrees. Put it back in. Right, plug that back in as well. Ooh, that's a tight fit. There we go. And then we have these two right here, which are the decorative, the pretty ones. Actually, no. Let's get the main frame pieces in first. Alright, that's 2 out of, or actually that's 5 out of 6. I mean, I've done a lot in those 2 hours that has passed, so let's keep going. This is the last one, isn't it? I'm just gonna make sure. Yep. Last one on these ones. Alrighty then. Came out with a bearing, that's nice. Then this guy on the end. Oh, forgot 2 screws. You too. I did just realize that I'm still not getting the angles right for the cameras, but I'm trying to focus on getting this done so I can start having fun with the clipper setup instead. So please do excuse me. Bye bye. I'm gonna put the moon in first this time. Just for the fun of it. Not sure why that is stuck on, but it doesn't really matter, does it? Oh, actually it does matter. So I'm just making that worse. So I think, yeah, that's what I did earlier, so I can do that again. Wrong bit. There we go. So this is how I aligned these earlier, by just putting a razor on there. And again, I'm not filming this correctly, but so what I do is I put the pulley on, and then I put a razor blade right there, so that when I tighten this, that razor blade sets the height, because it's just slightly off right there, and that pretty much makes it perfect. Just double checking that there's nothing missing on this, or if I need to do any trimming. Yeah. All right. Getting this bearing in. It's a tight fit, but that's what we want, so that's what I like. All right. I like the fact that I spent all day printing these trays and I'm clearly not using it. That one had a screw in it. That one had a screw in it. That doesn't have a screw in it. I'm a genius. There we go. Right. Just trying to align everything. So, in case you want to see what I'm doing, I am focus. I'm trying to align the T-nuts to go into the. Let's see. Let's just do that. Trying to align the T-nuts to go in the flat way, because if they don't, I'm gonna have a big issue with them binding. So I'm just forcing all of this up. That's pretty much all I'm doing right now, getting it all in. Yeah, Anarchy, I can put these up on printables after the stream. I mean, they're just really simple trays, and I've already designed like 4 versions. I've only printed one, but I got 4 versions, and a little lid that just fits onto them. There's no latch for the lid. the thought was to just use a rubber band to just hold them together. So these were primarily for this exact stream, but I'm gonna keep them around for Legos and stuff. I might just print more, just have a stack of them. Super simple print. It's just 3 walls everywhere, so it's super easy. There's just a tiny bit of infill because I've just grab one. I'm not sure if you can see it, but one of the sides are sloped so that you can grab stuff out. So the only tiny bit of infill is that part right there. Because we've always just used like leftover packaging and small cardboard boxes and whatever we could find when we're doing Legos or small stuff like this. But just having that little edge, it's so much easier. So I will publish these later today. I'll model up a couple of different versions. I have like 4 versions right now. I can model up a couple more and then just publish them. So these ones are, as you can probably see, so these ones are just simple 8 small ones and then 4 long ones. But I have a couple of different versions. One where there's one big in the middle and then a bunch of small on the ends. I have one where it's just 4 really long ones. I mean, making it takes me seconds to make a change. Oh, nice. Thanks for that, cartoon. Yeah, I'm just gonna upload them when I'm done with the stream. I'm gonna probably grab something to eat and then sit down at the computer and get them published. And you know what? I think I'm just gonna do it while I have the chance. I'm just gonna grab some photos of these real quick. You know what? I have them laid out beautifully like this. I might as well just grab some pictures, right? Here's a couple of more screws, just for the heck of it. And then I'll grab this one. And then I need my phone. Ooh, something not right. There we go. I'm just going to temporarily stop that camera. And this one is not charging. Why is that? Just have to get it in the right way. That's visible. So I need to figure out a cool name for these then. A super simple stackable something. And need to plug that into something else. Hold on, I need to get a different battery thing for my camera. Oh, I realized my mistake. I had my phone plugged into the USB 2.0 port on my monitor, and not the quick charge USB 3.0 port on my monitor. Oops. Well, I did figure it out, so fixed. Alright. Put the foot in. Put your left foot in. You put your left foot out. Yes. Alright. We have 3 feet. Ta-da! Now I just have these 2 ones here left. All right, that is the frame back together. That is a big milestone, I guess. And then before we put the belts on, I want to replace all of the little arms. So what I did earlier today, actually this morning when I got up at 6 a.m. because I'm weird, I made new arms. So the ones on the printer right now have been great, but the LDO kit will come with an extra set of arms to use MP jets. So MP jets is a higher quality, let's see, it's a way higher quality joint. So there's less slop in them. So the original ones, they have a little bit of slop, but I've fixed that by using some inner tube. Actually, let's see if you are able to see this. We'll see that there's a little piece of inner tube right there. So that is the way that I've solved the issue with adding just a little bit of resistance. And it's been great so far. There's no actual movement in these. But because I want to test, I quickly glued up some arms this morning, and I'll put them on right now. And just a little tip, if you have a Delta Flyer Refit or a normal Delta Flyer, don't do this with the panels on, because it's a horrible thing to do. It's not fun. So MP jets, there is, if you go to the bill of materials on printables on the Delta Flyer Refit page, there's a bill of materials in the description, and Rollo have put the a link to the exact ones, but they are the short version. Let me know if you can't find it, and I'll pull them up and just post it for you. But right now, I want to get this done as quickly as I can. V1, V2, and V3 variant. You know, I'm just gonna pull up. I'm gonna make sure we get the right ones for you. Let's see here, bill of materials. MP jets. You want the V1 type, 7mm diameter, M3 by 3 short. I'll put the link in the comments here. There you go. That is the direct link to the ones that I have. All right, let's pull the rest of these out. Absolutely no worries. That's why I'm here. I want to get as much information as possible out to you guys and girls and whatever you want to be. You see now I wanted to have one of those, one of the trays that I have that's just 4 really long trays or slots, because I could put my arms in it. But as of now, these are just going in my, I have a little box down here for parts. Just gonna double check the battery of my phone. Put those away so I don't mistake them and put them back in. Is it charging? It's charging, yeah. All right, let's see, I just got an email that I'm just going to check real quick. Where's that window? Not that one. Not that one. That one. might experiment a little bit with these. So, in case you haven't seen these before, let's put that over there. But yeah, right in front of the camera. Great. Smart. Professional YouTuber here. All right. So in case you didn't know, when you buy the LDO kit or if you self-source, so first of all, if you self-source, you need to cut these carbon rods down. And so these are quite simple construction. So they are a carbon rod cut down. There's a little jig you can print to help you do that. I recommend doing it underwater or just covered in wet paper towel because it's carbon. And then whether you get the MP jets or the stock ones, what you do is you grab a M3 bolt and then you glue it into this end. Whoop. You glue it into that end first, and then when that's dry, so I use epoxy, and when it's dry you cut the head off with a pair of shears or something, and then you glue it into that end. And then when you're doing, so I do both ends at the same time, and I have this little printed jig. So there is one on printables. So this is just a little jig with two M3 screws. Let's do this. It's two M3 screws screwed through them so that you can glue your thing together. So my main issue so far has been that, if you see that, they're two different lengths. So I've been tuning for that one, but that one's the correct one. So I should get more travel on mine with these new ones. They're slightly shorter, which is a good thing. So, simple little gluing jig. All right, let's eat these. Hello, cat. Bye-bye, cat. Let's put this back over here. All right, let's start doing this. So I prefer to put them on the carriages first and then on the effector, just because that gives me somewhere to attach the effector while I'm working on it. So yeah, kitty cat they normally really want to sleep in that chair. It's their chair. We don't sit in it. For some reason, not today. So we started the stream in broad daylight, 6 p.m. and now it's getting darker. Actually, this camera has a really good lens on it. It's just a phone, but it does pick up way more light. It's darker than it seems. So, according to the experts, not exports, I shouldn't need my little rubber inner tube thing on here. Well, that pretty much sums it up, right? Because they stay. 6 p.m. I'm in Scandinavia. So I started this stream at 6 p.m. Right now it's 8:30. No, so this chair is always there. I specifically didn't move it because they prefer it so much. So they're just being a little weird, I guess. I mean, I've moved everything else around in here, so that is probably why. They were both sleeping on the sofa that I have right in front of me earlier. And now this little one is just under the table at my feet. Hello? Yeah, I think it's just different for them. One of my previous streams, I had the big cat sleeping on camera almost the entire stream. Wow, that is a big difference. Let's hope that translates into the print. Itchy nose. Well, the mood lighting is getting better. The whole vibe in here. What was I doing? Yes. Toolhead, effector. So where's the front? That's the front. It's super dark. I can barely see what I'm doing. Okay, note to self, these joints are taller. The actual brass part of them are taller than the normal default LDO ones. I think someone wants attention. Better? Let's get this on here. Really hope I put the effector on the right way, and I did. Hey, just so you know, that's super annoying. Why do you have to be on the chair? At least go onto the desk. Tail. What are you trying to do? All right. Are you okay? Cat wants attention. All right. New effector is on. That is solid. That is pretty solid, yes. So I'm thinking I can probably do this. Let me know if that's okay with you guys. So I'm gonna be working on the belts and stuff. All right, belt number 1. Wrong one. Oh, dang it. Oh, this is gonna be fun. Threading the belts through a tiny hole that I can't see. Of course I can't see it. It's not supposed to be there. All right, let's get this right this time. Oh, my head has stopped working a little bit. Through the motor first. And then through the idler. Here we go. Then back down. And then into there. And then put a clip in. There you go. So let's get a screw through this. Oops. I need to replace one of these ones with a shorter one. Why do I have a feeling that that screw is not going in? Because it's not. It all makes sense. Need to get this super straight. Do I need to try a slightly longer one? Check my kit. So this is a 30. It's a 35. Double check. Yep, that's in. And now I'm going to tighten that right now. Just make sure that it's in. Right, next one. Oh, in case you're wondering, all of these belts are pre-cut to the exact same length. So I figured out the length of one of them, took it back off, and then used that as my guide for the rest. There we go. $30. That is in. All right, one more belt. Get going. Is that a little bit of a hiccup? Yes, it was. Sorry about that. Nope, I did it again. Why is this last one giving me issues like this? This is normally not a big issue when I'm putting this thing together. Why now? Yeah, that one is correct. Let's just quickly get these ish there, enough for us to start toying around with this thing. Do I have a problem with this again? I'm just gonna change up this bolt. There's one bolt. All right, belts are in. 2 out of 3 motors are connected. Let's get the last one in. All right. Let's see here. Build plate. In. I still need to put the panel and the extruder on, but right now I'm going to move my camera. Let's do a little bit of a zoom in. Can I add a little bit of brightness to that? I cannot, no. Oh, nope. No. I'll just keep it in auto for now. I'm not a camera person. I just want them to work. It's pretty much my only requirement. All right. Power. I need power. Let's get this thing connected. All right. I don't need the extruder. Let me just double check that I haven't missed anything up top here. Don't need that one. Yep. I'm not gonna need the top panel and the cooling fan for now. I just want this connected. And then I'll put this back on. So there's because of how the power is connected to this one, because we wanted to try to reuse parts that LDO already had when it came to all the wiring and stuff. So the power cable is, let's see, get the camera out of this guy. So if you can see this, right here is the barrel plug from the 200 watt power supply. And that power connector is in here and not at the bottom, because the wire that runs from here to the board, right there, let's see, it should actually say, it's the SKR Pico that LDO have been using for a long time, and that is also the same cable that is on the Rook kit. Okay, let's go a little bit higher. Yes. All right. checking that everything looks good. All right. So the one thing that I need right now is a little bit of luck, first of all. So I'm going to open up Clipper on my desktop. So first of all, let's just check that it still homes. So I prefer to do that way up here. And home. One of them has an issue. Now to figure out which one, I just have to look. It's not that one. It's that one. Okay. Oh, that one isn't even connected. Great. So that one works. That one doesn't work. Oh, it was just the apex clip for the belt wasn't fully in. Let's try again. Ta-da! All right. So let's do some calibration stuff. So first let's set our end stops. So this will just match up what's the word? I'm missing the word. This will match up the stepper sequence, so the actual steps of the motors to the end stops. And I really need to remove that green light. You know what, let's actually just do that right now. Because I made a override on G28 that has a green light on it, but it's way too long. Let's see here. Because it's doing a G28, but I want if I can find it here. Homing override. Yes. Let's add in 1 second instead. And now it should save config. And now I want to home, and I want to check how different the Z offset is. So I'm just going to do a visual check on that. Get my little lights. It's quite a bit more, yeah. Oh. Oh, I'm pretty sure that I gain a lot of print volume for that. Okay. So I can go in. Let me get my ruler out quick, my calipers. Just gonna double check the measurements that I have. So these are quite a bit shorter. Yeah, quite a bit shorter. $147, and it's set up to be $155. So let's change that right now. 147. So that's A. And C. And length 47. And then I'll go back down here. Save that. So I've just, because I now have shorter arms, I measured them using my jig and put that in instead. All right. Quite a bit off, so I can increase the distance to my end stop. That's probably something that I can. Yeah, so this still isn't touching. It's almost double that actually. this touching? No, so this isn't touching either. So I'll just use this. So I can probably lower it by like 9. Green light is kind of awesome. Yeah, so the kit comes with an RGB strip. So I've already set up macros that are fully functional for the printer. I haven't used any of the custom libraries for when it comes to macros. So keep that in mind. Like the heating, the incremental heating macros and all that stuff is not set up. It's just a simple color. It's this basically. All right, so what was I going to do? Yes, I'm going to change the end stop positions to be higher. So stepper A, position end stop, I'll set that to 142. And then on B, 142, on C, 142, and I'll go down to the bottom and then remove the saved ones. So save and restart. Home all. And then let's go down. I'm pretty much on it right there. Yeah, perfect. Absolutely perfect. So let's do a delta calibrate. I need a piece of paper. Let me run and get that quickly. Piece of paper is in hand. So this is all we need for a delta calibration. So right now I'm thinking, should I get this camera, the other camera, even closer? I mean, that's gonna take me a little while, just because I've set it up on such a tall stand. Can I do that? And then, oh, that's a choice. Nope, just not gonna do that. Oh, wrong way. I'm gonna do that. So one thing I'm going to do is I'm just going to turn off this camera right now, because I'm probably going to make you nauseous. Hold on, I have the perfect thing for this. Let's set you up so you can actually see what's going on. I have a little gorilla pod. Right. And then I'm gonna put this guy into there. Nope, the other way around. All right, like that. That is directly in the light. Is that any better? No. Let's get this even lower by flipping it. So sorry if this is annoying. I just want to get the best possible angle on this thing. Like that. And then let's rotate. That is better. Just gonna slightly shift that over. All right. So I have my little piece of paper. I'm going to go into Clipper and just hit Delta Calibrate. So I've set up a macro just to start the Delta calibration thing, and then when you're done, it'll save automatically. So let's see. So what I need to do now is I have to move the nozzle down. So on my screen right now, there is a little plus and minus thing. So I can use that to slowly move the tool head down. Oh, I'm close. Oh, there we go. So that's stuck. So let's go back up slightly. It's a little bit too much. There we go. So let's hit accept. And it's not able to move to 58. Okay. Why is there a move out of range? delta radius needs to be. That's on me. I just forgot to delete one line. All right, let's try again. So basically what we're trying to achieve here is to do the normal paper test that you do on a normal printer, but we're going to do it 7 times. So there we go. See. All right, so that didn't work. It's not going high enough. Okay, so abort, and let's add in a higher offset. So what I'm doing now is when it's homing, I want it to stop at a certain point above the bed. So I try to just set it to 3. I'll set it to 6. See what that does. Let's try again. Delta calibrate manual. Just means that I have to press down way more. Alright, so I can go quickly down to like 2. That's 1. And 0.4, and go slightly up, and can I go a tiny bit down? No. Back up again. Tiny bit back up again. And there we go. Alright, so that's still not enough. So abort again. So right now I'm making stuff harder for myself because normally this value would be set at like 25 and you wouldn't have this issue, but I'm dumb. So I'm just gonna do it. Trying to get away with as little movement as possible, but I'm realizing that's just a stupid thing. So let's see. And then back up. That's too much. That's too much. So now I have resistance, just like with a normal printer when you're doing this. So you want a little bit of resistance, but you don't want it to stop. Slightly down again. There we go. So now I'm just going to go down until I'm close. And that's touching. Back up. And up. That's touching. And then the next one. So I'm just going to do this a total of 7 times. And let's go slower. That's too much. Too much. There we go. This is a little bit boring, but printer won't work if I don't do it, so that's stuck. That's too high. That's too low. That's a tiny bit too high. That's too low. There we go. Hey Joe, do you miss this? Yeah, this was way easier when you were here to do it with me. I did take your job, yes. You'll have to come back and take it back from me. Ah, dang it. So I just had the I just had it skip. So that means I have to start over fully. And this time I'm going to be smart. I'm going to go and delete the entire calibration, because it's still in the config. So this stream I replaced all of the corner pieces, all 6 of them. So these are the older ones, new ones are in. And then also change out the arms for new ones with the MP jets. I'm just going to swap my mouse over to here. And then I just want to get this thing running again before this stream ends. So right now it's 9:30. So let's... Okay, I'll do a deal with you guys. At 10, so in 25 minutes, we'll do the giveaway. And then... So in 25 minutes, I'll have to do this and then figure out how the heck did I do that giveaway thing again. Because I just looked it up once and that's it. I'm just going to move over here. This will be easier. I got the jets when I got the LDO kit. I ordered it at the same time as they shipped it, the LDO kit, but I just never saw a point of using it. So no no rubber bands on these, no. Yes, Benjamin, there is a giveaway. So at the top of the chat, there is a pinned link. So if you click that, it'll send you to a Google form. Fill that out, and you'll be eligible to win the giveaway. So the giveaway is for a single spool of LDO filament, like this one. So LDO will ship you one random spool of filament, just because they don't have a big stock of them, so it's easier for them to just send you whatever they have. Oh, that's way different now. There we go. I hit the wrong button. Let's start over again. So the comment is pinned, but I can just repost it. There you go. Copy. Short. Copy. There you go. So just fill that out and we'll do the draw in about 20 minutes. I really want to move this camera here instead. So sorry. It's just that it was really awkward to do it from over there. It's almost like I would recommend people do this without the cooler on, the tri-horn duct, because you can't really see the nozzle from the back. I guess if you're actually doing this from the front like the camera, then this would be way easier. Yeah, that's okay, Benjamin. As long as your email is correct, then shouldn't be an issue. Alright. If I'm counting correctly, this was the last one. There we go. Now let's save. All right. Okay, so next is to get the panels back on, because I need at least one of them for the extruder. So let's get that on. I'll do all the fancy wire covers and stuff off stream, because it's a lot of work. So here's the thing, Benjamin. After you do this once, you don't have to do it again unless you change something on the printer. So it's kind of a set it and forget it thing. So it's not like you have to do this every time to home or something. That you just do this once and it's done. And I just found that I'm missing a whole bunch of heat sets. Yay. More stuff to do off stream. I'm missing all of the heat sets for the top frame to put the panels on. So I have one on the top. It's not the end of the world, I'll fix it later. So we did consider adding a probe to the kit, but it turns out it was more cost and work and less precise than just doing it manually. So the kit does not come with any probes of any kind, which is really good because it doesn't need it. I mean, clicky, no, unless you put it on an arm on a server or something. it won't be compatible. There's just no over travel to pick up a clicky. But like I just said, you don't need a probe for this. You set it once and you're golden. So let's get this panel on. It's quite a tight fit. It's pretty exact. There we go. So I'm definitely just I'm definitely going to do the delta calibration a couple of more times to set it 100%, but this is good enough for now. All right, the extruder mount is here. So for now, this will just be on there. Just the screwdriver. Oh, that screw is way too long. So we did consider adding a probe into the kit, like I said. I actually have it right here. But it's not as exact as just doing it manually. And it saves costs. So that's what we ended up doing. Too long. The shorter one. There we go. Now I'll put in one screw on the inside, should be enough. There we go. Temporarily on. So I can put the camera back on. The thing again. Where did I put the thing? There's the thing. So give me a little second here. I'll put the thing on the camera. I'll just turn this camera off. 9 more minutes. So if you haven't already, fill out the form in the description or in the link that I posted in the chat, and you'll be eligible to win a spool of filament. Let's see here. All right, that is on there. Put that the right way around. There we go, and then let's rotate. So I'm putting on the extruder right here at the back. Let's turn this guy off. I think it's messing with my main camera. Let's have a little bit of a drink. Hey, cat, go away. Go away, please. I don't want to hit you with my chair. All right. Because I'm smart this time. Gonna put the Bowden tube in and the clip on because it's super hard to get to it if I don't do it right now. Here we go. All right. I have one more M5. Yes, I do. Do I have one that's the right size? Yes, I do. Yeah, that hole wasn't that big, but it worked. It worked out in the end. All right. We have the extruder back on. Just need to remember to plug it back in. Get some filament, and I have some orange filament. Alrighty then. Okay, let's load up some filament. Let's turn back on. For some reason, the second camera stopped working. Alrighty then. So the next thing would be to do a Z offset. And that should be pretty good because of the way we set up the delta calibration. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to slice a circle, and then we can print that as a first print. Let's slice add primitive cylinder scale. Let's make it 80, and then just 0.2. All right. So I hit print on that. I don't do benchies unless I have to, so no benchy time. I can do something else, but all right. So I'm just looking at the time. I did promise the giveaway. So as soon as I get this Z offset going, I can do the giveaway. So we are just waiting for the bed to heat up. Let's see, what's the name of that thing? Name of wheels. All right, so I'm giving you until this is the Z offset on this is set. Then we'll do the we'll do the giveaway. So if you haven't, now's your last chance. There's a pretty good chance of winning this one because there's 11 entrance people right now, so we're just waiting for the bed to get up to temp. It's probably not going to do anything because when it starts printing, the effector will just hide everything, but whoa, we're way off center, so something is wrong, but I'll figure that out later. Why is it that much off center? The offset is a tiny bit too low. Well, it's a tiny power supply and a tiny heater on a rather big pad, but I'm also in a cold room. It's only 20 C in here, so technically outside. All right. That is good enough for me. I'll have to figure out why it's not in the center. So that is annoying. But that is for me to do off stream, so that's my day tomorrow, I guess. All right, let's keep that second camera right there. And then let's bring this one out. And then, there we go. That's the whole mood, isn't it? That's cozy. That's a good looking frame. I should do this more often. All right. Yeah, we have a printing printer. That was the goal for today, to get it back to printing so I can fine tune it over the last next couple of days. Benjamin, you should build both. That is the easy answer. All right, let's do the filament giveaway. So I have the I have the list. I'll just do a refresh. And I'm checking that Gauss, you're in here. Check local RC store. I refreshed the page and it's working for me, so hopefully you'll be able to do the same. So I'm just waiting for one of you to confirm. Okay, yep. We are back. Good, good, good. So, how many shuffles? All right, so give me a number between 1 and 10. Just give me a number between 1 and 10. 3 from Cody. Okay, 3 truffles. 11. 1, 2, 3. All right. Are we ready? 3, 2, 1. Hit it, hit it. And Gauss. Congratulations. So I'm, first of all, I'm just gonna swap back to my normal camera. Get the music back on and turn that camera off. So let's make this look a little prettier. Let's do that. Hey, that's nice and cozy. All right, so Gauss's, I'm just gonna do this right on stream so I don't forget. There you are. All right. There we go. Now, congratulations to Gauss's. Oh, where's the thing? I need the thing. I'm missing something here. Anywho. There it is, of course. All right, so Gauss's. Yeah. Gauss's, I just sent you an email of a little form that you need to fill out. As soon as you get that back to me, I'll send it over to LDO and they'll ship you a spool. So you can't choose. I'm sorry about that. It's just the way LDO does it. So they'll just send you a random spool in one of their colors. And yeah, I'm just gonna double check something here. All right, so that is pretty much it for the stream. That was 4 hours. Yeah, 4 hours and 10 minutes. I think that is enough for today. I really do like the mood in here right now. So thank you so much for hanging out, to all of you. I'm gonna try to do more of these streams. It's just that setting it all up is a whole thing. I need to get my computer in and set up just a temporary office. But I'm glad that you liked the stream, and I will see you later. I'm just enjoying a little bit of this music. You still here? Yeah, foods. I need foods. You're taking care of me, Anarchy. You're a good guy. I like you. Hi to my cats. I will give them a snuggle when I see them. All right. This is too late now, so